You can almost feel the atmosphere building to a crescendo. Well, it is a glorious night for football here in the city of Manchester. A warm welcome to the Etihad. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting next to me with his tactics charts at the ready is Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It is Manchester City versus Arsenal.
Thanks, Derek, as always. This should be a good game. Great atmosphere inside the stadium. We've got two teams full of quality, some interesting matchups, and two coaches that want to play an attractive brand of football. What more could you ask for?
And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson is the goalkeeper. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And providing the main goal-scoring threat today is Erling Haaland. Decides to shoot. Huge block. And a look at the starting lineup for Arsenal. William Saliba starts alongside Gabriel in central defence. Declan Rice starts with Thomas Partey in central midfield. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. City pushing forward with options available. And setting it up on the crossbar. Well, there's a time and a place for finesse. Maybe that was neither the time nor the place. Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, he's such a creative player, both with his passing and his ability to beat defenders. He'll have a big influence today.
Gonzalez. On the ball, Ruben Dias. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Takes the shot. There is the goal to open the scoring. Who can say they don't deserve to be in front? William Saliba. It's with Gabriel. Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Nice switch of play. Just cutting off the supply. Silva. Failure to keep the ball by Arsenal. Gonzalez. On to Haaland. Doku. Well, the goalkeeper got to it. Let's see about the delivery. And the keeper has it after that tension-laden sequence.
Well, what a great first save that was. How did he stop that?
Well, not great from the keeper. Bernardo Silva. Oh, fancy footwork. That's how it looked, but full credit to him for atoning for the error. Oh, nice ball over the top. Gvardiol. Making a bit of headway. And the advantage is with City. Can he finish? Crucial intervention just then amid impending danger. Well, he's certainly not alone. Rice. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Ederson, routine save. Gvardiol.
Well, it's been all City in the last 15 minutes or so, and with it have created some great openings. They certainly look as though they get another before too long.
Good work from City to win back the ball. And both sides encountering difficulties keeping possession. Mateus Nunes. A City free kick forthcoming. Firing it towards goal! And the keeper grabbing hold of that free kick. Fossard. And the counter-attack is on, options available. Well, it looked highly promising, but it came to nothing in the end. The referee has decided to give the free kick decision the way of City. Well, getting very close to the half-time interval. So far, so good for City. Stuart, your thoughts on their performance to this point?
Yes, they've defended really well all over the pitch. Their work rate and discipline has been excellent. But any drop in tempo and this lead could easily slip away.
Oh, dealt with by the goalkeeper. Who can they pick out? Oh, my goodness me! Well, don't try that at home without practice, practice, practice. Breathtaking goal. William Saliba. Gabriel. Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Declan Rice. Well, they have it again. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. And so the half-time... Into the second half then, and Arsenal with a real mountain to climb. Martin Ødegaard. Gonzalez. Now with Silva. Nico Gonzalez. Bernardo Silva sliding it through. It was on its way in. Martin Ødegaard. Arsenal could be onto something. Marino. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Well, it wouldn't stay in play for them. Goal kick. There to win it back. Ødegaard. Strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Corner kick given to Arsenal. Not the result from the set piece they were looking for. And the defensive intervention there. Ødegaard. Could pull one back here. And he does! He's thrown his team a lifeline. The belief is back. Well, the action underway again. And that goal for Arsenal certainly puts a different complexion on the game. Nunes. Well, they're quite content to knock it around inside their own half. Silva. And it's Ruben Dias. Nunes. Silva. And Bernardo Silva has it. He has time to play it over. Passing it accurately. Determined defending. Martin Ødegaard. Arsenal finding space on the wing. But they dealt with the threat first. Silva. On to Haaland. And he's through here. Really good build-up, but no end product. Haaland. He's going to have a go here. Well, it wasn't a high percentage chance to add to their advantage, but an opportunity nonetheless.
Well, that would have made it more comfortable, but it was a decent effort from there, I have to say.
Just 20 minutes remaining now. Arsenal being afforded too much room. And a fine cross. It comes to absolutely nothing. Partey. Nicely timed tackle. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Silva. Phil Foden now. Oh, good-looking run. Oh, he's squandered the chance, and he knows it.
Well, it wouldn't have counted anyway. He was offside, but nonetheless, that was a poor attempt.
Opportunity. Pulls it back. Oh, there it is! Unbelievable stuff from 2 down. They're right back in this. Ruben Dias. Phil Foden now. Gvardiol. Well, we're inside the final 10 minutes in this one. Well, that's how to put in a clean tackle. And City on the front foot near the end of this contest. Still level here. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Nice looking pass. Foden. Haaland. Jeremy Doku. Erling Haaland. And the keeper more than equal to the task. Effective challenge.
Well, time is running out to get this winner, but the fans certainly believe it's coming. Just listen to the noise. What a fantastic finish we could have here.
Partey. Arsenal remain on the front foot. Can they find a winning goal? Rice. Marino. Oh, it's a superb challenge. Very timely. And that is that, the ninth. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Good evening and welcome. There's so much to be enthused about going into tonight's contest here at the home of Manchester City. I'm Derek Ray, and keeping me company here on the commentary gantry is Stuart Robson. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It is Manchester City up against Newcastle United.
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, a great playing surface and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson begins in goal. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And providing the main goal-scoring threat today is Erling Haaland. And here's the Newcastle formation. Martin Dubravka is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the striker today is Alexander Isak. And a confident clearance. Now, options are plenty. Could take the lead. And a goal! 1-0. And what a fast start they've made to this game. Trippier. And on the ball is Cher. Jacob Murphy. Fabian Cher. It's Dan Burn. Guimaraes. Trippier. And on the ball is Cher. Nico Gonzalez. Now Haaland. And Manchester City moving the ball with purpose. Murphy. And passing it through. Oh, but brilliantly read to cut it out. It looked so promising. Failure to keep the ball on the part of Newcastle. And he's through here. Well, a forceful effort, but it goes down as a missed opportunity.
Well, he strikes it with power, but not with accuracy. I think that's a big miss.
Guimaraes. Trippier now. Isak. Murphy. And possibilities inside the box. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Haaland. Denied by the bar. Back in play here. And the problem not completely solved. And a goal at the second time of asking. But the keeper has let his team down. Sandro Tonali. Trippier now. Joelinton. Trippier. Murphy. Fabian Cher. Trippier now. Jacob Murphy. Really getting stuck in. Murphy. And what can they do to stop him running at them? Trying to open them up. Oh, so close to opening up the defence. Haaland. Oh, he fancies his chances. And a fine stop. Fabian Cher. Murphy. Here's Isak. And time just challenged magnificently. Now a potentially dangerous position for City. Foden. Erling Haaland. And a goal to seal the hat-trick. A masterclass in finishing. Just can't stop him today. Trippier. It's Dan Burn. Fabian Cher. Murphy. Trippier. Tonali with it. Jacob Murphy. What to like about that pass? Very quick thinking there. Nice looking move, this. Holland. And quick thinking defensively. Isaac. Oh, could be an opportunity here. City finding space on the flank. And Newcastle come away with it. And the referee allowing advantage to accrue to them. Doku. Jacob Murphy. And threading it through. And how about that for a save? Half-time. And the second half underway after what was a sparkling first 45 from City. Can they repeat that in the second 45? Dan Burn. It's with Joelinton. Fabian Schär. Trippier now. Sandro Tonali. And taking it away. Oh, that's splendid play. Well, it looked so promising, but a goal kicked the outcome. Nunes. Take it away. Sandro Tonali. And Newcastle unable to hang on to the ball. And the referee sees that as a foul. Free kick given. Joelinton. Nicely timed tackle. And he has options available. Good through ball. Moving forward effectively. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Now, maybe room here for the counter-attack. Well, a disappointing end to that break. Holland. A goal! And I'll tell you what, on this sort of form, very few would lay a glove on them. Dan Burn. Fabian Schär. It's Dan Burn. Tino Livramento. It's with Joelinton. He's given us away. Promising pass. Nico Gonzalez. Not really the high percentage option to try your luck from there.
Well, his teammates aren't particularly happy. He was never going to score from there.
Joelinton. Isaac. Oh, what an opportunity. Oh, yes! A goal! Exactly what they were looking for, and he's come up with it.
Number 10, Anthony Gordon.
Ruben Dias. Gonzalez. On to Silva. And he saw the situation developing. Byrne. Jacob Murphy. Trippier. Element of risk there, but he's won the ball. Doku. Oh, good vision. Haaland. And a goal this time. Applying the finishing touch. Just what the doctor ordered. Byrne. It's with Joe Linton. Dan Byrne. Sandro Tonali. And on the ball is Scher. Byrne. Well, we're inside the final 15 minutes. Dan Byrne. And unable to keep possession. Mateus Nunes. Significant acreage for City to run into. And delivered by Bernardo Silva here. Just knocked it out of there. Now counter-attacking possibilities. And City recovering possession well. Well, he's certainly not alone. Mateus Nunes. And goes for goal! Can they cover up? Well, it comes to nothing in the end. Five minutes to go. Sandro Tonali. Regained possession. Showing ambition to shoot from there. Goalkeeper has it. Murphy. Trippier now. Isaac. And still danger here. Decent position. Foiling his opponent completely. And he read it superbly. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. And there goes the final whistle. A real... It is invariably a highlight of any season. Two clubs who represent an unbridled commitment to success. Stay with us for all the action live from the Etihad as Manchester City face Chelsea on EA TV. Well, it is a glorious night for football here in the city of Manchester. A warm welcome to the Etihad. I'm Derek Ray, ready to bring you match commentary, and alongside me is Stuart Robson. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It is Manchester City taking on Chelsea.
Well, Joe, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
Trevor Chalobah. And here's the Manchester City lineup. Ederson begins in goal. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And leading the line today is Erling Haaland. And a look at the Chelsea starting 11. Jadon Sancho plays with Pedro Nieto out wide, and leading the line today is Christopher Nkunku. Trevor Chalobah. Doku. Given away by City. Pedro Neto. City move it forward with purpose. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Bernardo Silva. Options in the centre. And he's going to be disappointed with that pass. Good looking pass. Well, showing excellent judgment to intercept. Palmer with it. And he read it well defensively. Ball lost by Chelsea. Pedro Neto. Neto. Caicedo. Well read to ease the pressure. Holland. And quick thinking defensively. Palmer. Well, very effective play in possession, but nothing comes of it. Manchester City have it back now.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Sancho. Cucurella. Nkunku. The attack carried an initial threat but fizzled out. Rather congested in the middle of the park. This looks more than decent. Holland. Holland! Oh, the post denied him. Gonzalez. And a strong tackle. And playing it through. Well, he's been ruled to have taken up an illegal position, only just, however, Stuart.
Well, he loves running off the back of defenders, but on this occasion, he's just gone a fraction too early.
A very timely interception. You know, Chelsea have an awful lot of space. Trying to open them up. And the keeper's in trouble. Oh, we have just witnessed a special moment. Pure quality. Bernardo Silva. Doku. Gvardiol. On the ball, Ruben Dias. Silva. Nico Gonzalez. Phil Foden now. Well, nearing the half-time interval, and Manchester City still trailing. Stuart, interested to get your thoughts.
Well, it's been a fairly even first half so far, but they haven't shown enough creativity, particularly in midfield, where there's been too many negative passes. If they can get the ball into the front areas that little bit quicker, I think they'll get back into this. Could
be threatening. Still could be dangerous. missed by very much.
Yeah, he adjusted his body so well there. It's a great piece of skill, and it probably deserved a goal.
Now Chelsea in a position of menace. A disappointing end to the move. Bernardo Silva. Pedro Neto. Room to roam for City on the wing. And that's an important intervention. Nkunku. And so the first... The ball is moving again. City trailing going into the second half. Will they come up with the right response? Silva. Oh, danger here. And offside it is. Jadon Sancho. Now with Silva. Bernardo Silva distributing intelligently. And it's gone in! Just what was needed for Manchester City, who now have squared it. Fernandes. Trevor Chalobah. Moises Caicedo. And City coming away with it. Ruben Dias. Gvardiol. Erling Haaland. Well, they keep working away, looking for an opening. And just like that, they don't have the ball anymore. Foden. And back with Bernardo Silva. Intercepting it intelligently. Good idea. Oh, that is a super save.
Well, he had to finish that, but credit to the goalkeeper. That's a brilliant stop.
30 minutes left for play. Really good ball there. Offside it is. Such a pity for him.
Well, he thought he was onside, but I think the assistant got that absolutely right.
Nkunku. Now a decent position. He's blocked it. Chelsea's corner as they try to take the lead here. Can someone get on the end of this? It's far too close to the goalkeeper. Nico Gonzalez. City could be onto something. And Bernardo Silva has it. Can he put them in front? And that's an excellent piece of defending to thwart him. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. All hands on deck. And a goal! In the lead again! Fully deserved! Ruben Dias. Phil Foden now. Mateus Nunes. 20 minutes to go. Ruben Dias. Gvardiol. Well, he's given it away. Teammates available. Cucurella. Well, a classic example of how to intercept. Oh, moving it nicely. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. This could be troublesome. Well, not to be. He had moved into an illegal position.
Well, it's great that he wants to run in behind, but he has to get the timing right.
Holland. Superbly read and executed. City have the ball again. Can he put it away? Oh, a penalty. Not at all what they wanted with time running out. Chance to equalise here. And that is when you need your goalkeeper. Well, this might be their final opportunity to draw level. And taken short. Delivering it into the box. And you need your defender to take charge. Oh, no let-up, plenty of pressure. Well, it did look promising, but no threat in the end. Manchester City have work to do. What great excitement! And the match is level. Enzo Fernandez. And the keeper with the ball. Sancho. Enzo Fernandez. This looks interesting. Really committed defending. Manchester City still on the attack as the minutes tick away. Can they come up with a winner? Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Holland, and quick thinking defensively. And there's the referee's whistle. A game that should be chock full of drama here at the Emirates. Plenty to look forward to as Arsenal play host to Manchester City. Next on EA TV. And good evening to you from this beautifully appointed stadium, the home of Arsenal here in North London. I'm Derek Ray, and ready with his tactics board alongside me is Stuart Robson, my commentary partner. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It's Arsenal facing Manchester City.
Well, as always, I'm looking forward to this because both teams have strong aspects to their game. Both managers like to play attacking football, and we've got some good matchups all over the pitch.
And a look at the starting lineup for Arsenal. William Saliba starts alongside Gabriel in central defence. Declan Rice starts alongside Thomas Partey in the centre of midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack.
Oh, can he finish it here, Derek?
And pushed away to safety. Timber. Crossing opportunity. Rudiger. Blocking it. Marino. And not an effort that will live long in the memory.
Well, the defenders will be relieved because that was a good chance. From that sort of distance, he should really be hitting the target. It was a really poor attempt in the end.
Nice switch of play. It did look on for them, but not to be. Well, who will be the player to decide the outcome, to determine the course of events? No reason at all why it won't be this man, Stuart. What do you anticipate seeing from him?
Well, while he's a very good player, his biggest attribute is his shooting from set plays. He really does pose a threat with his free kicks.
Well, an attempt to forget all about, unfortunately.
Yeah, got it all wrong, trying to pass it into the corner, opened up his body, but didn't make the right sort of contact.
Haaland. On to Silva. Well, possibilities in the centre. Really good build-up, but no end product. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. And the shot. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Foden. And City being afforded too much room. Haaland. A good and fair challenge. And it will be an Arsenal free kick. That pass all the way, cutting it out. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Haaland. City pushing forward with options available. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Teammates available. Very quick thinking there. Marino. Opportunity it is. Well, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Bernardo Silva. Excellent block. Set pieces can be so important. Let's see what City have been working on. Favouring the short one. Crossing into the middle. And the danger's still on. Long way out this. Sloppy there, Bernardo Silva. Ødegaard. Ball is loose. And held by the keeper at the second time of asking.
Well, he's just pulled off a great first save there. Now they can all calm down.
Holland. And he read it well defensively. And the advantage is with City. And in the right position to make sure it didn't go all the way through. And a shot from some way out. Well, he hit it with authority. Close. Partey. It's with Mikel Merino. Arsenal pushing forward with options available. But it wasn't a tax then. Committed challenge. A really good pass. Marino. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? The jump in front. Oh, not to be. Stopping a certain goal. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Oh, managing to beat him. Has eyes for goal. So half-time. So the match has restarted here in Manchester. Yuri and Timber. Partey. It's with Ødegaard. Arsenal have given it away. Oh, great piece of individual skill. Ødegaard. And danger still. He might be onto something. And offside, I rather think he was caught in two minds.
Well, he just needed to go elsewhere with his pass. He showed a complete lack of awareness there. Well, Arsenal's build-up play has been excellent. Just look at those stats. But their finishing just hasn't matched their approach play. They need to take one of these chances, and fairly soon.
Well, they need the ball once more. They know that full well. Superbly read and executed. Has eyes for goal! And a strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Martin Ødegaard. Well, Erling Haaland, not quite up to his usual lofty standards in the first half, Stuart. I think that would be fair. And straight at the goalkeeper then. Jérémy Doku. Went in strongly to win the ball. Can they get in behind them? Well, an attack that lacked that final punch. And into the last 30 minutes now. Plenty of support here, but the danger averted for now. Passing it well. And both hands on it. Good goalkeeping. Erling Haaland. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Mikel Merino. A very good tackle. Oh, nice work to get past his opponent. But no damage done, that's the main thing. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Must be! Emerson and goal made it look easy. Well, thank goodness for the goalkeeper.
Well, they're calm now, but that initial save was absolutely magnificent.
And Arsenal now find themselves in potentially a dangerous position. Well, he's bound to be disappointed with himself. Not a great effort, Stuart.
Well, the less said about that, the better. Not a good decision from him.
Haaland. Arsenal doing well to regain possession. Trossard. A chance to whip it in. Not the best clearance. And in the end, no damage done. Trying his luck from long range. And just narrowly wide in the end. Martin Ødegaard. Well, they have the ball once more. It's a promising City move. Foden. And he's gone for power. So close to finding the net. Partey. Arsenal have given it away. Teammates available. And City on the front foot near the end of this contest. Still level here. Sloppy in possession from City. Rather congested in the middle of the park. Trying to open up the defence. Declan Rice. Now in possession, Trossard. Trossard. Shaping to shoot. Oh, they've done it! They've forged ahead, and it might be the goal that gets them victory. Dias. Doku. On the ball, Ruben Dias. Well, this game will shortly be history, and the home side appear to be on the wrong end of the scoreline. Stuart, give us your take.
Well, they've done OK at the back. They've been decent in midfield, but they haven't had enough guile in the attacking third. Still time may be for one more big chance, though.
Arsenal's free kick here. Thomas Partey. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Yes, time. And a chance. Ødegaard! Goalkeeping. So there it is, the final whistle. Two inspirational teams, well capable of dazzling their fans, ready for a showdown that could take on highly dramatic proportions. Be prepared for genuine excitement. The action is next. Hello and welcome to one of the most atmospheric venues in the game of football, St James's Park. I'm Derek Ray, and joining me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It's Newcastle United facing Manchester City.
Well, both teams know they need to start the game well here. Try to dominate the midfield area and get their creative players on the ball. This should be an interesting game, I think.
And here's the Newcastle formation. Martin Dubravka is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. And here's the Manchester City lineup. Ederson gets the nod in goal. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And leading the line today is Erling Haaland. Haaland. City moving the ball forwards. What can they do from here? Save, but still a chance. Danger averted for now. Is it going to be? And a goal! That is a very bright start. Perfect way to open. Dan Burn. Tino Livramento. It's Dan Burn. Bruno Guimaraes. Livramento. Dan Burn. It's with Joelinton. How can they open up the defence here? Tino Livramento. But he's certainly not alone. Just the challenge that was required. The referee has given a corner. Danger still on. Oh, there it is! A back and forth on the match. Now they're level again. The lead lasted nearly minutes. Gonzalez. Silva. Nico Gonzalez. On the ball, Ruben Dias. Gonzalez. Silva. Foden. Well, unable to bend his run. Offside. That's a good pass. Well read to ease the pressure. The pass not finding its target.
This is a message for Tyler Berry. That's Tyler Berry. Can you please make yourself known to the nearest steward? Thank you.
Foden trying to open up the defence, but how well he did to react in that manner. Joelinton. Guimaraes. And City have possession once more. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. And on the back of that particular challenge, will the referee let the matter rest there? Foden. Spectacular save. Top-class goalkeeping. Keen to take it short here. Foden. Giving it a try. And there is the goal to re-establish their advantage. Martin Dubravka. It's Dan Burn. Tino Livramento. Burn. Livramento. Joelinton. And on the ball is Scher. And possession lost, intercepted. Now a potentially dangerous position for City. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Now options are plenty. And with that, they've thwarted the opportunity. Well, a failure to keep the ball by Newcastle. Jeremy Doku. Now Haaland. City move it forward with purpose, but really sticking to their task defensively. Clear foul play, and as a result, a free kick forthcoming. So almost at half-time, and not quite going to plan for Newcastle in terms of the scoreline in this one. Stuart, what have you made of their performance in the first 45?
Well, they're certainly not out of this. They've created some good chances and look threatening, but they need to be better defensively in the second half. They just can't afford to concede again.
And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Isak. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. Well, we're at the half. Well, advantage City after the first 45 minutes, but a long way from being decided. Ruben Dias. Doku. Gonzalez. Jeremy Doku. Gvardiol. Regained possession. Fabian Schär. Bruno Guimaraes. And that'll roll through to the keeper. The attack just fizzling out in the end.
Well, just look at those stats. Newcastle just aren't doing enough going forward. They really have been toothless so far.
Gonzalez. Haaland. Determined defending. Jacob Murphy. Here's Isak. Moving the ball nicely in search of an equaliser. It's still alive. Tremendously strong in the tackle. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, he did most things right, didn't he? He certainly showed his quality in that first half. He played well, I thought.
Guimaraes. Joelinton. Fabian Schär. It's with Joelinton. Newcastle moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? In with a chance. No shortage of excitement. Level again. No wonder they're excited. Jeremy Doku. And it's Ruben Dias. Doku. Gonzalez. Well, Newcastle have it back now. Fabian Schär. Jacob Murphy. Murphy. And on the ball is Cher. Sandro Tonali. Jacob Murphy. Trippier. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. Oh, good defending to stop a decent-looking attack. "20 minutes to go. Fine work from City to win the ball back. Haaland. Dan Burn. Jacob Murphy. Trippier now. Well, there's a living, breathing example of positional sense. And defensive play to be applauded. Jérémy Doku. And teammates around him. And just has to remain calm. City couldn't keep it. The Magpies looking creative. Can they nudge in front? Oh, it's gone in! And that will be written down as an own goal. No wonder he's hanging his head. Now we're inside the final 10 minutes in this one. Dias. So not long to go in this one. Can Newcastle secure the win?
Well, it's been great entertainment and we've seen some excellent attacking football. But overall, I think they've been the better team. They've certainly had the greater cutting edge. Now they just need to see this out in the final few moments.
Well, there's still scope for late drama here. 5 minutes left and just one goal between the sides. And unable to keep possession. Time is against Manchester City, but still they could hit back. Bruno Guimaraes. Can he find the right pass? Well, it came to nothing in the end. Haaland, and did just enough defensively. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. And so there we have it, the final. There aren't many bigger games than this one. Certainly two highly successful clubs with passionate sets of supporters. All the live action coming up next from Stamford Bridge. It's Chelsea against Manchester City on EA TV. Good evening to you and a warm welcome to the part of West London where the King's Road and Fulham Road meet, Stamford Bridge. My name is Derek Ray and my commentary partner as usual is Stuart Robson. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It is Chelsea facing Manchester City.
Well, Derek, when looking forward to this game, you can't help but notice there are some great matchups all over the pitch, particularly in those central areas. Whichever team wins more of those battles will win the game.
And this is how it looks for Chelsea. Pedro Neto plays with Jadon Sancho out wide. And leading the line today is Christopher Nkunku. And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson begins in goal. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And the main threat in attack today should be Erling Haaland. Manchester City have lost the ball. High pressing and good high pressing. Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out the danger. Throw into Manchester City.
Oh, what a chance this is, Derek.
And a goal right off the bat. No wonder they're jumping for joy. Fernandes. Moises Caicedo. Enzo Fernandez. Caicedo. Fernandes. Jadon Sancho. Sancho. And out of play it goes, alas. Mateus Nunes. Now with Silva. And they couldn't quite muster a real threat. Nkunku. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Gvardiol. An attack full of promise. Hold on! And he's tipped it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. And short it is. And there's the feed into the box. And it might have made life difficult for the keeper, but that's a strong punch. Foden. Bernardo Silva. Body in the way. Now, far from a smooth challenge. Now, will the referee produce a card? Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. Erling Haaland. Has eyes for goal. He's blocked it. Takes on the shot. And determined to get bodies in the way. Nkunku. And that'll be a Chelsea ball. Could play it in. Emphasis on the clearance, a good one. And a very good challenge.
Well, it's been all City in the last 15 minutes or so, creating lots of chances now, and you think if they do get another, it's going to be tough for the opposition to find a way back into this.
City couldn't keep the ball. This looks interesting.
Well, it certainly has
decent effort, but not quite good enough. They still trail here.
Erling Haaland. Genuine chance. We cannot say enough about that save.
Well, how did he stop that? That is a remarkable save.
A chance perhaps. And now the goal the City fans wanted to see. It's hard to see them throwing this away. Chanova. Cucurella. Malo Gusto. Pedro Neto. Rather than a free kick, it's advantage Chelsea. Attacking possibilities for Chelsea. Delivering it into the box. And I think the threat has been averted. And teammates around him. Mateus Nunes. Really good build-up, but no end product. Palmer. And the challenge halts them in their tracks. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Nunes. Intelligent threaded pass here. Oh, that's a solid piece of defending when it looked as though it might go wrong for them. This looks promising. Well, the keeper had plenty to think about with bodies around him. And so the first time. So back in business with City very much the dominant side. Can they repeat that in the second 45? Gvardiol. On the ball, Ruben Dias. Doku. And it's Ruben Dias. And Chelsea winning the ball again. Gusto. Neto. A lot of pressure applied. Can they take advantage? Haaland. Really important tackle. Fernandes. Sancho now. Pedro Neto. And defensive play to be applauded. Doku. Gvardiol. Haaland. He read the situation defensively and did his job. And Manchester City moving the ball with purpose. Bernardo Silva. Cuts in from the flank. Haaland! Wonderful block. Foden. Still a chance. And a time for calm on the ball.
Well, that could easily have finished the game off, but what an excellent save that was.
Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. Jeremy Doku. Good tackle.
Can the owner of the red sports car, that's a red sports car, parked outside main reception, please return to your vehicle?
Free kick to Chelsea. Hanging on to the ball in this fashion suits them. Well, he's given it away. He could be onto something. Oh, blocked it! Manchester City have it back now. Foden. Now with Silva. Excellent strike! Superb block. Well, that's a foul, and it sets up a free kick in a dangerous position. Oh, and nearly on target. Not quite, though.
Yeah, very nearly, but the goalkeeper had it covered. It wasn't really a great effort.
Well, those stats tell you everything. City have been excellent, and unless something changes, this could get embarrassing.
And played to the front post. Well, in fact, a bit too close to the goalkeeper. And that was always going to be claimed.
Well, Chelsea have had a change of plan here. They're now going to press the ball as high up the field as possible, which, if they do it well, could really benefit them.
And he knocked it over the touchline, so it will be a throw-in here. Possession lost by Chelsea here. And Chelsea get the decision from the referee. And an effective clearance. Always going to be the goalkeeper's ball. Gvardiol. Attacking possibilities on the flank for City here. Malo Gusto. And the counter-attack is on. Options available. And finally, uppercut attack. Oh, keeper dealt with it. He's driven in the corner. And the danger's still on. Well, that's a sad end to the attack. Gonzalez. And it's a quality pass. Offside it is, but he needed sharp eyes to make that decision.
Well, it's fine margins, isn't it? But in the end, he just went too early.
Will he play it in? Can he finish? Tried to chip it. Well, full credit to him. He had the audacity to try it.
Well, that's so close to being a lovely goal. It just doesn't come down in time.
Caicedo. And the ball back with City now. He fancies it. And he's kept it out. Fully stretched. Somehow reaching it. And there's the delivery. Well, capable of a better clearance than that. Very quick thinking there. Going well. Foden. And able to close down the shot. So the final whistle and... It's an intriguing prospect. A game of high profile featuring two magnificent... Tonight we find ourselves in northwest Germany, in Leverkusen, on the banks of the Rhine, not too far from Cologne. I'm Derek Ray, and keeping me company here on the commentary gantry is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Bayer-Leverkusen, and they take on PSV.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
The lineup for Bayer-Leverkusen. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. Well, here's how the lineup looks for PSV.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1, but they can't allow their centre forward to become too isolated. And that will be determined by the two players in behind him. They have to affect the game and be the key players here.
Ivan Perisic. Schouten. Perisic with the ball. A struggle for PSV to retain the ball. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. They keep plugging away. Corner given. Deciding to go short with this one. Giving them too much space on the flank. But really sticking to their task defensively. Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, how many times have we seen it? He's a magnificent crosser of the ball, and he will be a major threat today.
And Leverkusen come away with it. De Jong. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. Struggling to get the shot off. And a goal! That will do it. They've been pushing for it, and now they've been rewarded. This could be dangerous. And now Perisic. And they deal with the threat this time. Tah. Amin Adli. And now Garcia. Grimaldo. Schick. And space for him to cut in. And this might not be the ideal situation for them. And just the tackle that was needed. Luc de Jong. That the attack fizzles out. Grimaldo. It's with Ledesma. Boscagli in possession. Seal. And it's a quality pass. Coming, quick and clean. He continues his run. It'll be a Bayer-Leverkusen throw. Schick. Wilting under the pressure, and now they try to go forward. Continue to advance, and a lot of options here. Well, the concession of a corner here, but credit for the challenge. Not away completely. Well, nothing untoward happened. Trying to open them up. And he's made the run. Oh, it was there for him, but unable to find the target.
Well, he certainly went for power, but the accuracy just wasn't there. He should have scored that.
Ivan Perisic trying to open up the defence. Tenacious tackling. Excellent defending there. And he could be in proper trouble here. Trying to craft something. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Buendia. Oh, this looks useful. Takes the goal. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Ball is loose. Super tackle and they've won possession.
Well, what more can Leverkusen do to equalise? 45 top-class save. Brilliant from the goalkeeper.
Well, you have to put that one down as a chance to draw level.
Well, it certainly wasn't an easy chance, but one they needed to take.
Well, that's eye-catching wide play. Well, the first half still... Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in the second half. Jordi Schouten. Boscagli in possession. Schouten in a decent position now. Granit Xhaka. Emiliano Buendia. Passing it around as the search goes on for an equaliser. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. And options in the centre. And no way through. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Passing it through. And he's done it! Harrisay again! A magnificent game unfolding. Olivier Boscagli. Schouten. And Mauro Junior with it. A really good pass. Good use of advantage. The referee allowing play to continue. Well, trying to let them continue, but now he's gone back and awarded the free kick. Jordi Schouten. De Jong. Could pick out a teammate. Mauro Junior. Gustil. Decides to shoot. He's blocked it. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Nice weight on the pass. For that brilliant high press. Oh yes! It's gone in! And now a chance for them to revel in the moment. Keeper not concentrating. Gustil. PSV with the ball again. Not made it look routine, but read it well. stop them in their tracks. Thwarted the attack illegally. Perhaps a card is forthcoming. Firing it towards goal. And holding on to that free kick. No easy feat. Jeremy Frimpong. Promising pass. He's found the pocket of space. Couldn't get it through. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. There was the chance they could get caught out on the break here. Well, they seem to be onto something positive, but it faded away. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. Joey Fairman. De Jong. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay.
Well, these fans have been brilliant. Just listen to them. Surely this will inspire the players to hang on here. What a noise we've got.
10 minutes to go then. And the decision is one of offside here. A bit wasteful from PSV. Granit Xhaka. Sheik with it. A tremendous vision. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. And that's what they needed.
Well, it's a good save at just the right time, but they have to get the ball forward quickly here.
Just the challenge that was required. Bodies forward and the break looks on. Lang. And PSV unable to retain possession. Aleix Garcia. Oh, that's an interesting pass. That is a superb save. Another play for a Leverkusen throw-in. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Cutting in from the flank. Oh, he's blocked it! They'll be looking to add to their advantage from this corner. It's there for him. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello, a warm welcome to the western part of Germany. We find ourselves in the city of Leverkusen. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical analysis is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It's Bayer-Leverkusen up against Benfica.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
The lineup for Leverkusen. Lukas Radecki is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And the striker is the very gifted Patrick Schick. And this is how the starting 11 looks for Benfica.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1, so it's going to be interesting to see what's expected of the wing-backs here. Are they going to be high up the field or drop deeper to make a back five? Only time will tell.
And a tidy tackle. Oh, what an opportunity. And there we go. It is the ideal opening. Alexander Bach. Otamendi has it. Bach. Evangelos Pavlidis. Alexander Bach. Bach. Kukçu. Di Maria now. An attack full of promise. Emiliano Buendia. Will it happen for them? Wasn't really difficult for the goalkeeper in the end. Fredrik Aursnes. On the ball, Florentino. Aursnes. Di Maria. Nicely timed tackle. Textbook closing down, and now they're on the attack. Held away by the keeper. Kukçu. Di Maria. Oh, that's splendid play. A cutback. Will they get themselves level here? And a goal! Real excitement here. The equaliser. Tapsoba. Jonathan Tah has it. Grimaldo. Piero Incapié. Xhaka with it. Tah. Fine work from Leverkusen to win back possession. It'll be a Benfica ball. Evangelos Pavlidis. Might be able to set up the chance. Fully stretched, somehow reaching it. Who's going to get on the end of it? Succeeded in getting his fist to it. Can he find the right pass? Deep. Ronaldo. Knows how to do it inside your own penalty area. A good effective pressure high up the pitch. Di Maria likes to get on the ball, and he has teammates to pass it to. Can't miss, surely! Can they cover up? Danger averted for now. Can he give them the lead? A strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Schick trying to open them up, and he's apparently veered into an offside position, Stuart.
Well, that's tight, really tight. But he was just too anxious to make his run. He was in, though.
Cookchu. Well, no point in stopping play. Advantage with them. Well, he's retrospectively awarded the free kick, having let it flow initially. Well, that's one for them to pursue. The threat was there, but no problems now. Open up the defence. And no problems at all for the keeper. Granit Xhaka. Emiliano Buendia. And now Garcia. And under pressure, that was a fine play. Florentino.
Well, Benfica have had a lot of the ball during the last 15 minutes. As you can see, they've created plenty of chances and looking a constant threat. You feel they have to take the lead at some point with this sort of domination.
So, half-time. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Mendy. On the ball, Florentino. Alexander Ba. Fredrik Aursnes. Otamendi. Cookchu. Given acres of space to attack here. Promising possession, this. Well, he's certainly not alone. He's in with a chance. And a good take under duress there. Tackle there to prevent the chance. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart?
Well, he's certainly got his team back into this game with that goal. But up to that point, they haven't played particularly well. I think he's had a decent first half, but he'll be looking to build on his goal in the second 45.
Buendia. Well away from danger. Who can he pick out? Well, this could really help the cause. Xhaka. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper.
Well, Leverkusen thought they'd taken the lead there, but they were denied by a very good save, you have to say.
Well, unlucky perhaps to be denied, but they've now got to think about defending. And there is the goal! He's found the net! Joy unconfined! Time. Xhaka with it. Tapsoba. And unable to pick out a teammate. And that'll be a throw. Otamendi. Really good interception. It's Sheik now. Buendia. He succeeds in clearing it. Giving the ball to the opposition that time. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. It'll be a Leverkusen ball. Grimaldo. Patience and persistence on the passing front in the name of finding an equaliser. And he's done it! Parity again! A magnificent game unfolding. Mendy. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Kukçu. Aktürkoğlu. We're inside the final 15 minutes. Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Otamendi has it. Florentino. Kukçu. Could be threatening. It's defending of the highest order. Good vision, and he really read that brilliantly.
Well, the atmosphere is so tense inside this stadium, but can they find that moment of magic to win this game? The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to them.
Without any shadow of a doubt. Aktürkoğlu. Only 5 minutes left for play and tension galore with the teams locked together. It's looking promising. Is this the moment? Oh, can you believe it? With so little time left, surely that will be the winner. Amazing scenes here. Tar. Edmond Tapsoba. Kukçu. And we will have just one additional minute. And the flag raised. Offside it is. Time on the scoreline against Bayer-Leverkusen. What can they pull out of the fire? Chance for Deco. Spectacular save. Top-class goalkeeping. And there goes the fight. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello, a warm welcome to the western part of Germany. We find ourselves in the city of Leverkusen. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the analysis, is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Bayer-Leverkusen versus Barcelona.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
And so the Bayer-Leverkusen team looks like this. Lukas Radecki is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And the striker is the very gifted Patrick Schick. And here's the starting 11 for Barcelona.
Well, it looks like they're going to play in a 3-4-3 formation without wing-backs, which means the outside centre-halves will need to cover the areas out wide, which I would say is asking a lot.
Dani Olmo. Oh, it's a terrific challenge. Lewandowski. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. It's always likely to be the goalkeeper's ball. Lewandowski. Oh, the goalkeeper got to it. Let's see about the delivery and efficient defending. Oh, managing to beat him. And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Corner for Barcelona. And a relatively high degree of difficulty for the goalkeeper. Granit Xhaka. Well, plays with a positional sense that is second to none. It might be on for them. Can he convert? Strong hand on that one. Well, there's a living, breathing example of positional sense. Dani Olmo. Good distribution. And a shooting chance for Lewandowski. There is the goal to open the scoring. Who can say they don't deserve to be in front? And the referee takes exception to the challenge. Free kick. Koundé. Inigo Martinez. Almost weighing up the opposition with a string of neat passes. Koundé. And room to roam for Barca on the wing. And Sonia on the volley.
Well, he'll be frustrated with that finish. That was a big opportunity there.
Defending inside the box. A real opening now. And a goal! The equaliser! They simply refuse to be beaten. Down to 10 men, but right back in this game. Pedri. And it's with Inigo Martinez. Pedri. Lewandowski now. Well, it could be on for him here. And just like that, the break has stopped. Really top quality defending. We need to get tighter here. But the danger averted for now. Could be threatening. And good technique in terms of how he struck it. Good work from Barca Barca to make sure possession changed hands. Could be dangerous. Really good piece of goalkeeping there.
Well, Barcelona are playing well. They're creating lots of chances and they do look a constant threat. But they now need to make it count.
And now they've got to put their minds towards winning the ball back. Well, good vision. And he's made the run. Determined defending. And that's a real commitment to defending. Lewandowski. And Leverkusen with the ball once more. Emiliano Buendia. Rincon. And there it is. So back underway and an intriguing second half in prospect. Martinez. Pedri. Dani Olmo. Koundé. Pedri. Well, we can give them high marks for their passing, but can they make this pressure count? They'll take the lead. Fine goalkeeping to push that away. Buendia. Xhaka with it. Garcia. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. The tackle that was needed. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, they weren't at their best, but with that equaliser, you can see why he's so important to this team. Hopefully they can get more of the ball to him in the second half so he can show us his ability.
In a decent position now. Dani Olmo. Grimaldo with it. Garcia. And he read it superbly. Superb effort to keep it in. Barca know it's a sector of the pitch devoid of defenders. Must take the lead here. And they have. You've got to say it has been coming. Time. Tatsoba. Granit Xhaka. Jonathan Tah has it. Amin Adli. Garcia with it. And a tidy challenge. Rafinha. And options in the centre. Keeper there to catch it under no real pressure. High pressing and good high pressing. Dani Olmo. Advantage Barcelona. And a decent delivery. Danger averted for now. Really clever pressing. Very effective pass. Can he put it in? Well, without wanting to put too fine a point on it, that goes down as a tame effort and easy for the keeper. A very effective challenge put in. Oh, that's a really good run. Ronaldo. Foiling his opponent completely. In the right place to cut out the pass. Now can they counter clinically? Tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. Emiliano Buendia. Tapsoba. Beautifully weighted ball. And that piece of defending. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Difficult for both sides to find any passing rhythm. And playing it through. This could level it, but denied by the keeper. And at this late stage of the proceedings, it could be highly significant.
Well, it could be a huge moment, Derek. So little time left now.
The free-kick decision goes the way of Barcelona. But from long distance, well, that was a very respectable effort from such a long way out.
Well, he hits it cleanly, and it's a very good strike, but just not on target.
Grimaldo. Well-timed tackle.
Well, it hasn't been a great performance, but the fans have been brilliant. Just listen to the noise. Can the players respond and find this equaliser?
Of Brazilians to shut them down. Out of play then. Barcelona throw coming up. And players waiting in the centre. Goalkeeping. Bodies forward and the break looks on. And the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. And offside by a very small margin. Clock is against Leverkusen, but they're still in this. Puts it back. So full time it is. Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. I'm Derek Ray, and joining me to provide expert analysis is Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League Match Day 1. It's PSV facing Bayer-Leverkusen.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And they kick off here. The lineup for Leverkusen. Lukas Hradecky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. Frimpong. Jonathan Tah has it. Jeremy Frimpong. Buendia. Really sound defending. And he has options available. Oh, surely. Oh, my word. There's excellent timing for you. What a challenge. Now in a more than decent position. Lang. Lacking a distinct sense of rhythm at the moment. Adli. Just trying to keep their opponents on their toes with the passing game. Buendia. Schick with it. He's given it away. Buendia. Well, you can probably see why we're focusing on this fellow as one to watch. Stuart, in particular, what do you expect to see from him?
Well, so many goals are scored from crosses into the box, and this man is brilliant at delivering those crosses. He will be a massive threat today.
De Jong. And space to cross it. It's got to be! And getting across to stop it. High pressing and good high pressing. Really good block. And he takes it on. Defending really well. Frimpong. And quick thinking defensively. And the flag is up. Offside.
Well, that's just a lack of awareness. He was clearly in an offside position.
Jeremy Frimpong. And given away by Leverkusen. Schick. No way through. He's enjoying space. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. A moment to forget all about, I think.
Well, he has to do a lot better there. He's gone for power, but he's completely miscued it.
Great effort to keep that one in play. Feeding it through. Well, it looked like a good ball, but cut out in the end. Tar. Danger averted for now. And playing it through. In it goes! The opening goal in this contest. Nicely cut out. And beyond the byline, goal kick then. Jordi Schouten. Perisic with the ball. Lang. Well, the referee not too happy with the challenge and blows for a free kick. Well, shooting like that isn't going to live long in the memory.
Well, poor decision, bad technique and a waste of a very good situation.
Incapié. Grimaldo with it. He's found a pocket of space. Delivered into the box. Needs to clear it away. Ivan Perisic. Possession one. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Not a great challenge. Free kick here. At work. What a goal it was! Garcia. Incapié. And now Garcia. Adli. Grimaldo with it. And 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Got away from Xhaka. Nice weight on the pass. Oh, but he's done brilliantly to cut it out. And the whistle is... So back underway here into the second half. Aleix Garcia. Granit Xhaka. And now Garcia. Tar. Garcia. Grimaldo with it. Granit Xhaka. Amin Adli. Oh, it might be. And there is the goal to re-establish their advantage. Jordi Schouten. Veerman. Well, timed his challenge magnificently. Amin Adli. This might be the perfect counter-attacking opportunity. The fans want to see a shot. Oh, there it is! A back-and-forth sort of match. Now they're level again. The lead lasted nearly minutes. Aleix Garcia. Tar. And now Garcia. That's effective pressure. High up the pitch. Grimaldo. Grimaldo with it. Not high quality defending. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. Gives it a go. Piero Incapié. Amin Adli. And a good tackle. Incisive pass. Can he finish? And a goal! An end-to-end game, and they weren't behind for long. Olivier Boscagli. Schouten. Ivan Perisic. And Mauro Junior with it. Jordi Schouten. And possession lost by PSV. Patrick Sheet! And not cleared away properly. And he's only gone and made it a hat-trick. Absolutely unplayable today. What a performance! Well, the ball lost here. Joey Fairman. And now Perisic. On to De Jong. Crucial piece of defending. Might be a chance to break. Well, it broke down, alas. A chance to whip it in. Smuggled away.
Well, the players should be inspired by this. The crowd have really got behind them today.
Perisic. It could be up for grabs. And eventually, goalkeeper's ball.
Well, you can sense the relief amongst his teammates, but what a first save that was.
Intercepting it intelligently. Oh, yes, what a pass. Oh, a goal! An equaliser in the closing stages. Tapsoba. Grimaldo with it. Edmond Tapsoba. Grimaldo. On to Tapsoba. Granit Xhaka. Well, he's certainly not alone, but it fizzles out thanks to that piece of defending. Luke de Jong. And Bayer-Leverkusen still on the attack as the minutes tick away. A level contest. And a stinging shot, but off target.
Well, as you said, off target when really that should be hitting the back of the net. That's a golden opportunity.
Joey Fairman. Committed challenge. Mauro Junior. Good idea. Lang. Now he must play with the cross. Happy to take on the shot. And the keeper more than equal to it. This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me in the commentary position is the former Arsenal and West Ham midfield player, Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from Champions League match day 1. It's Benfica facing Bayer-Leverkusen.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, Derek. It's so important that you get off to a good start. So let's hope both sides go for the win here and we get an exciting match.
The lineup for Leverkusen. Lukas Radecki is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And the striker is the very gifted Patrick Schick. Di Maria. Well read to put an end to that attack. Strong but fair tackle. That'll be a Leverkusen ball. Evangelos Pavlidis. Di Maria sliding it through. Just can't get it past him. Great effort to keep that one in play. That's a good pass. Well, technically offside, but not by a lot.
Well, that's so tight, isn't it? But on this occasion, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt.
Given away by Benfica. Grimaldo. And a wild attempt from distance. Not one for the highlight reel, Stuart.
Well, that's a waste. He had much better options there.
Kerem Aktürkoğlu. Benfica couldn't keep it. Trying to open up the defence. He's just got to continue his run. Oh, he saved it. Brilliant piece of goalkeeping.
Well, he got it all right there. That's an excellent save from the keeper, you have to say that.
Still looking to get the shot off. Really vital interception here. Emiliano Buendia. And quick thinking defensively. Kupci. And rattling the post. Well, no way through in the end.
Well, they're certainly getting closer. You just sense that the goal is coming. They're playing so well at the moment.
And possession lost, intercepted. Well, not pretty, but very gritty. Aleix Garcia. Benfica regaining possession. Now what can they do from here? And a chance for the lead. Oh, great defending. It's offside, and perhaps he should have been a bit more alert.
And maybe a little bit more aware in the box. He was just too static.
Fredrik Aursnes. And the degree of difficulty wasn't. And a big moment because the referee has pointed to the spot. Penalty coming up. This to make it 1-0. And confidently converted. 1-0 then. Tapsoba. Emiliano Buendia. Frimpong. Xhaka with it. Hincapié. Possession ceded by Leverkusen. Otamendi. Kukçu. Did well to win the ball back. Real chance. Real defensive resilience. Has a go. Oh, strong hand on the ball. And he stopped them in their tracks. And playing it through. Well, even marginally offside is still against the law.
Yeah, and he just needed to hold his run for a fraction longer, and he would have been in on goal.
Still could be dangerous. But wait a minute, that is offside. Aleix Garcia. Really good wide play. Schick. Well, the flag has gone up here. Offside it is. Given away by Benfica. So 1 minute of stoppage time. That's what the officials have said. Nice weight on the pass. The first half here. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Florentino. Kukçu. Ba. Di Maria now. Fredrik Aursnes. And the referee spotted the foul, but has played advantage. Takes it on. Good hand on that one. Aleix Garcia. Splendidly cut out. Moving the ball forward with genuine purpose here. Fredrik Aursnes. Could be, and a goal it is. They lead by 2 now. Fully deserved. Tapsoba. Emiliano Buendia. Frimpong. Edmond Tapsoba. Top. And given away. Intense pressure. Decisive in the tackle. And a throw in here. And Leverkusen with the ball once more. Astute piece of defending. Amin Adli. And the attacking options appear plentiful, but really sticking to their task defensively. Delightful pass. Will he finish? And it's gone behind for the corner. Well, not away properly. How to do it inside your own penalty area. possibly a yellow card as their flow was stopped. Ta. Poor pass under no real pressure. Pavlidis. Now, can they hit them on the counter? Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. Not a great challenge. Free kick here. Could be dangerous. Well, it looked like a decent avenue of attack, but he couldn't keep himself onside.
Well, he's just a bit too eager there. All well and good playing on the shoulder, but he just needs to bend his run to stay onside.
Cutting it back, and it goes down as a missed opportunity from there. No let-up on the pressing front. Good-looking build-up as they tried to reduce the arrears. Well, they were very patient, but they no longer have the ball. And playing it through. Real chance. Well, what a stop it was.
Well, I have to say, that's a magnificent save. That's a top-class piece of goalkeeping.
Superb defending, but into the keeper's gloves. There's 15 minutes remaining. And players waiting in the centre. Chance to reduce the arrears. And a goal! Not over just yet. Alexander Butt. Well, when you have the lead, you can play in this manner, keeping the ball like this. Otamendi. Ba. Well, keeping the ball in this manner can be very effective. And winning it back.
Well, these fans have been brilliant. Just listen to them. Surely this will inspire the players to hang on here. And what a noise we've got.
The clock is against Bayer-Leverkusen, but they're still in this. There's space for them here. A corner kick, and who knows, this might represent their last chance to grab an equaliser. Keen to take it short here. Oh, that's textbook goalkeeping. In a decent position now.
Well, what a good finish to the game. Unfortunately for Bayer-Leverkusen, they probably haven't quite done enough. Good save by the keeper, though.
Will he play it in? Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Well, in terms of added time, a minimum of 1 minute. Kukcu. And there goes the final whistle. Well, they've got to make... The game the fans have been waiting impatiently for. Now it's almost here, and both teams know they have... Hello from the Catalan capital and one of the world's great cities, Barcelona. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting next to me with his tactics charts at the ready is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Barcelona facing Bayer-Leverkusen.
Well, you can sense the anticipation around the ground today. Both these teams would love to get to the knockout stages, so it's always helpful to win your first game.
And so the Bayer-Leverkusen team looks like this. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And rather than use a strike partnership, they've gone with just the one player. A glorious chance. And at the second time of asking, it's a goal. The keeper, meanwhile, looks to the heavens. Garcia. On to Tapsoba. Adli. Aleix Garcia. Granit Xhaka. Failure to keep the ball by Leverkusen. Well, timed his challenge magnificently. And a throw coming up after that authoritative challenge. Oh, he's left his marker for dead. And a precise challenge just when it was required. And defensive play to be applauded. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. It looks promising. Has eyes for goal. And that, a piece of goalkeeping you're going to see again and again and again. Played over. Well, they can't quite take advantage in the end. Koundé. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. And that's a very good pass. And Barcelona get ready for the set-piece routine, hoping to increase their lead. And clearing his lines. Well, the defenders know they need to get tighter. Can't really allow runs like that. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but not a memorable passage of play. And passing it well. That's what you call defending from the front. And it's in! A goal for Barcelona! They are the team in charge. Garcia. On to Tapsoba. Piero Incapié. Tah. Adli. Grimaldo with it. And straight out of play off the keeper's boot. It will be a throw-in. Chance to run at them. That's a nice looking ball. Oh, splendid header, but a fine save. It'll be a corner. Playing it short. And that is how to block. Teammates in the middle. And striking it on the volley, just no luck.
Well, good technique, but just wide of the target.
And Barcelona winning the ball back. Good idea. Oh, superb save. Massive credit to the keeper.
Well, he's so hard to beat in these situations. It's brilliant goalkeeping.
And still dangerous. Tar. But he was keen to give that one a go. Sadly, lacking a bit of accuracy. Well, Barca have the ball once more. Dani Olmo. Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Koundé. There to win it back. Could reduce the deficit. And caught by the keeper. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. There's so many possibilities, but it didn't happen for them. Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Inigo Martinez. Committed challenge. Dani Olmo. Well, the counter chance looks very real. Really poor timing, and some will argue that he was asking for a yellow card. Oh, fantastic save from the keeper to deny what was a superb set piece.
Well, the stats don't lie. It's been all Barcelona so far, and it seems only a matter of time before they do get another chance here.
Xhaka, can he finish this? There it is! A goal to reduce the arrears and give them hope that they can turn this round. Almost weighing up the opposition with a string of neat passes. Pedri. And it's with Inigo Martinez. Jules Koundé on the ball. Ball back with Leverkusen here. And offside it is. Koundé. Oh, moving it nicely. And that is the sort of tackle he had scripted in his mind. And no foul in the referee's opinion. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. This might be ideal for the counter. And credit is due for that good piece of defending. Aleix Garcia. How about the cross? Oh, great defending. Well, trying to probe, but not succeeding. Rafinha. And here's Lewandowski. Good numerical situation. It could be. Oh, a chance to put them in an even better position.
Well, he's got to hit the target there. What a waste that is.
Garcia. And a good tackle. Alex Balde. And Leverkusen recovering possession well. And players waiting in the centre. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Minutes to go in this one. And Leverkusen come away with it. Oh, great attacking play. Is it going to be? And a fine stop to turn the ball away. Frimpong. Oh, managing to beat him. And it's going to run through to the keeper here. Given away by Barcelona. Nice weight on the pass. And he could cash in. Oh, a goal! They've done it! Quite the comeback list. Pedri. And it's with Íñigo Martínez. Pedri. Jules Koundé on the ball. This could be troublesome. Well, not allowed to continue. He had drifted into the offside position.
Well, if he takes a step back to the ball and then spins in behind, he'll be onside. But he does know where the space is.
Leverkusen regaining possession. Amin Adli. And a throw-in coming up for Leverkusen. Grimaldo. 5 minutes of the 90 still to go. And the teams cannot be separated. Grimaldo. Just the challenge that was required. Bayer Leverkusen continuing on the front foot. Can they break through? Xhaka! It could be up for grabs. It's in, and this really takes your breath away. A comeback and a half. Íñigo Martínez. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Dani Olmo. Alex Balde. So full time it is, and The stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. Two top sides ready to go at it, and this should be something special on the pitch. It's Barcelona. They take on Villarreal, and it's next on EA TV. Hello, wherever you happen to be. Welcome to Catalonia. Welcome to Barcelona. I'm Derek Ray, and with me here on the commentary box is Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Spanish top flight, La Liga. It's Barcelona versus Villarreal.
Well, Derek, we can talk about coaches and their methods, but it's now down to the players. Which ones are going to stand out, who will affect the game, and who will have the greater desire? It should be a cracking game, though.
And here's a look at the starting 11 for Villarreal.
Well, in this 4-5-1 shape, it will be interesting to see how close the wide midfield players get to their main striker. Will they stay wide or play through the inside right and inside left positions? We'll have to wait to see how it develops.
Now can they make something happen? And pure instinct from the keeper.
Well, a top-class reaction from a top-class goalkeeper. Brilliant stuff.
It might still be problematic. Well, that's splendid play. And having a go! Well, the keeper kept it out with a minimum of fuss, but it wasn't a great effort. Could be threatening. And he stopped them in their tracks. Really get at the opposition. Femenia. Oh, good vision there. No danger now. And given away. Promising attack this. Firing it in. And what a magical save it was! Well, as a defender, that will sit you down to the ground. Oh, that's a really good run. I'm just leaning back a bit and over the bar. And pressing from the front. Well, play getting a bit bogged down in midfield. Oh, what an opportunity. And it's in! 1-0. They've breached the defence. Balde. Here's Rafinha. Decent delivery. Not a time for cool heads. Dani Olmo went in strongly, decisively. What to like about that pass? Cross played over, but no one can latch onto the ball. And he's been ruled offside. Pedri. Barcelona free kick. It'll be here. Inigo Martinez. Here's Rafinha. Lewandowski. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. Interception to snuff out the danger.
Estimados aficionados, les recordamos que hemos instalado un servicio a lo largo del estadio para que puedan conectarse sin coste alguno.
Oh, splendid skill. Good weight on that pass. And they couldn't quite muster a real threat. could be a massive turning point, and momentum is with them. Back now with Costa. It's with Parejo. Kiko Femenia. Alex Baena. And Barcelona have possession again. Pedri. Decides to shoot. Well, very effective goalkeeping to touch it over. Who can they pick out? Struggling to get it away. Textbook defending inside the box. Chance to attack using width. Oh, keeper dealt with it.
Well, for all their good attacking play, Villarreal have been wasteful in front of goal, as you can see from the stats.
Well, they need the ball once more. They know that full well. Lewandowski. Fantastic work to thwart the danger. Well, plenty of scope for them to attack. Will he play it in? Perez. Brilliantly blocked. The first half. Well, as they get the ball rolling again, interesting to see how the second half pans out. Jose Perez. Raúl Albiol. Santi Comesaña. It's with Parejo. Yeremy. Giving it a real go in the wide area. And he cuts inside. What a block! A chance now with the corner. Well, happy to try the bicycle kick special, but not really what he was looking for in the final analysis.
Well, he never really looked like making the right connection there. It's a poor effort in the end.
High pressing and good high pressing. And it could be Lewandowski. And it wasn't taxing for the keeper. And a long way out. Succeeded in blocking it. Costa. Kiko Femenia. And just losing control of the ball. And it will be a throw-in. Could play it in. Shot attempted. What a commitment to defending.
Well, they haven't created too much lately, but the fans know this is a chance to take the lead here.
Determined defending. Well, dazzling Dani Olmo, I think we might say, based on the first half performance. Stuart, your thoughts?
Well, he's certainly got his team back into this game with that goal, because up to that point, they hadn't played particularly well. I think he's had a decent first half, but he'll be looking to build on his goal in the second 45.
Yeremy. And the counter looks on here. Options available. Oh, good-looking run. Have to pay attention defensively. And the referee has given them a corner.
Well, he had to get that right. He's just saved his team there.
Very quick thinking there. Dani Olmo. Parejo. And the ball back with Barcelona here. It looks promising. Decides to shoot. And the volley onto the woodwork. I think he was a bit unlucky there.
Well, you can say he's a bit unfortunate, but I think he should be hitting the target and scoring there.
And Barca exploiting the space on the wing. Pulls it back. Superb stop. And holding on to it at the second time of asking.
Well, those stats tell you what a good game this has been. We've seen a lot of good attacking play, plenty of goal-mouth action, and all done at a high tempo. It's been very entertaining so far.
Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. 20 minutes to go in this one. Perez. Poor pass under no real pressure. Dani Olmo. Beautifully weighted ball. Tenacious tackling. Excellent defending there. Good ball over the top. Veering in field here. Just knocked it out of there. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Really poor timing, and some will argue that he was asking for a yellow card. And an astute piece of defending. Can they hit on the break? Well, unfortunately, it fizzled out in the end. Minutes left for play. It's looking promising. Well, you can see how fiercely and a really important stop. Can he put them in front? And putting his body on the line. Parejo. Can he finish here? Perez. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. This attack looks highly promising. Lewandowski. Could be dangerous. Nicely timed tackle.
Well, the fans are making so much noise here. They believe the winner's coming, but it needs a moment of inspiration for one of those players out on the pitch. What a finale we've got.
And teammates around him. Given the situation, a goal at this stage might well turn out to be a winner. Oh, nice ball. Oh, mischievous attempt. Well, last line of defence, literally. Textbook closing down, and now they're on the attack. And there's the whistle, all even at the end of 90 minutes. It is quite simply one of the great rivalries in world football, and two teams with different traditions within Spain. Stay tuned, we'll bring you all the action live from Catalonia as Barcelona face Real Madrid. Well, you only need to look at the history books to see how close this fixture historically has been. Barcelona at home against Real Madrid on this occasion. I'm Derek Ray. Sitting alongside me here on the gantry is Stuart Robson. And Stuart, this ought to be special.
Well, Derek, this is a magnificent setting for a great rivalry. Let's just hope we see both teams play at their very best today. What an occasion this should be.
And the Barcelona shape looks like this.
Well, in this shape, if their wide players stay high up the pitch and get enough of the ball, it's a very attacking lineup. But if they drop too deep, they will then leave the centre-forward isolated, and it could be difficult for them.
Oh, big chance here!
Well, the fans are going mad here. They think that was a penalty.
Jude Bellingham. Clear foul, but a Real Madrid advantage. Well, we saw what was going through the mind of the referee, but in the end, she says free kick. Intercepted effortlessly. It's a fine piece of attacking play from Lewandowski, and he has teammates to give it to. Lucas Vazquez. Really took a touch on the way out of play, so a throw-in to come. Space for Real out wide. Could cross it in here. And the decision is one of offside here. Rather congested in the middle of the park. To take the lead. Brilliant save. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Lewandowski. And now Rodrigo. Really well positioned. Well, I must say, no shortage of space for Barcelona. Looking for someone to play it to. And still looking to get the shot away. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Lucas Vazquez. Well, that's splendid play. Has eyes for goal. And the goalkeeper covered a lot of ground to push that away from danger. And Barca's corner. Favouring the short one. Will it happen for them? Able to get his body in the way. Marvellous anticipation. And trouble is brewing. Is it going to be? And a goal! Now they have their opener, and now they can celebrate. Lucas Vazquez. Eder Militao. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Pedri. Inigo Martinez. Lewandowski. It did look on for them, but not to be. And he couldn't quite get himself back on side, Stuart.
Well, as a player, you need to be able to change your mind. But he wasn't able to, and that's a poor pass.
And teammates to play it to. Really fine piece of defending play to break us up. Rafinha. Now what can they do from here? A glorious chance. And the goal was staring him in the face, but he couldn't take advantage of the chance.
Well, that would have extended their lead. What a golden opportunity that was.
Pedri. High quality defending. Well, the fans really want him to shoot. A strong glove on the ball from the keeper. Rodrigo. Barca recovering possession well. Can he take advantage? Couldn't quite hang on. Danger averted for now.
Well, that could prove to be a big moment in the game. They still have a chance here, and that's thanks to that save by Courtois.
Well, who knows, he might be called upon again. Still some defending to do. Might lead to a chance. Deserves credit for winning the ball back. But he's certainly not alone. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Vinicius Junior. Kylian Mbappe. Real chance. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Corner kick played in. Appear to be in two minds. And putting his body on the line. The first half. Into the second half then, and Real doing the chasing. Aurélien Tchouaméni. On the ball, Rudiger. Eder Militao. The ball with Lucas Vázquez. In a decent position now. Inigo Martinez. Goalkeeper has it. And given away. Well, good effective pressure. Mendy. Vinicius. Could be. And a goal! The keeper couldn't stop it. Real Madrid on terms. Inigo Martinez. Pedri. Inigo Martinez. Dani Olmo with it. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. Koundé. It could be. And a goal! In the lead again. Fully deserved. Rudiger. Aurélien Tchouaméni. Ball with Lucas Vázquez. Eder Militao. Lucas Vázquez. Aurélien Tchouaméni. The ball with Lucas Vázquez. And Valverde. And a timely intervention. Thwarted the attack illegally. Perhaps a card is forthcoming. Wasn't the best of free kicks. Barcelona have given it away. Mbappe. This could square the game. And that's exactly what has transpired. Now, that could be a massive turning point. And momentum is with them. Pedri. Balde. Dani Olmo. Here's Rafinha. Alex Balde. Well, he's allowed it to go over the touchline, so a throw-in. Rudiger. Is with Vinicius Junior. Just 20 minutes remaining now. Eder Militao. Rodrigo. And Bellingham. Feeding it through. Excellent position taken up by Mbappe. Terrific save. Given away by Barcelona. Mbappe. Good idea. Well, not to be. He had moved into an illegal position.
Well, it's great that he wants to run in behind, but he has to get the timing right.
Barcelona ceding possession. Rodrigo. Well, he knew he had to get to the ball, and he did. Well, let's see what they have in store for them on the break. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Pedri. Barcelona on the front foot in anticipation of scoring the winner. Brilliant pass. Vinicius Junior. Can he put them in front? And you've got to credit that magnificent piece of defending. Balde. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Five minutes to go.
Well, you can hear these Barca fans driving their team forward. Are we going to have a dramatic finish here?
Fruitful looking attack. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Bellingham. And so the referee brings them. The stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. two top sides ready to go at it, and this should be something special on the pitch. Hello from the Catalan capital and one of the world's great cities, Barcelona. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary, and my expert analyst, as always on these occasions, is Stuart Robson. And on the menu for you today, live action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Barcelona, and they take on Athletic Bilbao.
Well, they've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere, and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
Well, this is what we think for Barcelona.
Well, they're starting with an attacking 4-5-1 formation with three players in advance of two holding midfielders. But it's important that the wide players come in field to join the centre forward at the right time.
And the keeper there to make sure nothing untoward happens. And let's run the rule over the Athletic Bilbao starting lineup. Unai Simon plays in goal. Yuri Berchiche starts with De Marcos in the fullback positions. And they line up with just the one striker looking to do a bit of damage. Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
And now Lewandowski! Teammates available. Beautifully weighted ball. Really first-rate challenge. Untidy little passage in midfield there. Oh, great play. Chance to cross. Unable to get himself back onside here.
Well, he was always going to be offside. That was the wrong option.
De Marcos. Sunset. And that is defending of the highest order. Who can he pick out? And the danger's still on. Can he finish? And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. Dani Olmo. Here's Rafinha. Barcelona have given us away. Williams. Vivian. Well, this looks really productive. What can they do from this position? Is it going to be? Aye. It was a chance, but disappointing.
Well, from that position, he has to do a lot better there.
Alex Balde. Space here for Barcelona. And Lewandowski waiting. Not too fussy in clearing his lines. Went in strongly, decisively. Koundé. Dani Olmo. Oh, magnificent from the keeper. Fantastic stop. Good work from Barcelona to win it back. Promising move from Barcelona. We wondered who was going to win the race. The answer, the goalkeeper. Brilliant piece of skill. Well, danger averted thanks to his teammate. Rafinha. Lewandowski. Well, possibly a yellow card as the flow was stopped. Into the grateful grasp of the keeper.
Well, that could have gone anywhere once it hit the woodwork, but they've got away with it here.
Lewandowski. Being egged on by the crowd, and a fine stop to turn the ball away. And that'll be a Barca throw. Rafinha could play it in.
Barcelona have had most of the ball in the last 15 minutes, and up to a point they've looked threatening, but they need to be more clinical if they are to get this equaliser.
Oh, Stewart, opportunity here. Oh, a challenge of the highest order. Pedri. Lewandowski now. Dani Olmo. And will it be the leveller? And it nestles in the back of the net. Barca are level. A chance then for... Well, they've got things going again here, and I wonder what kind of second half we have in store for us. Vivian. Now Ruiz de Galarreta. Williams. Sunset. De Marcos. Nico Williams. And it's Barcelona's turn now. Oh, managing to beat him. Plenty of players waiting in the middle. Nice weight on the pass. Hand on that one. Giving it a real go in the wide area. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Well, the play just breaking down a bit here. Well, he's been the standout for his side so far, don't you think, Stuart? Well, the flag has gone up here. Offside it is. Determined defending. Going well, but timely defending when it mattered. Chiche might jump in front. Oh, a sensational save!
Well, what a piece of goalkeeping that was. He's moved so quickly to make that save. Absolutely brilliant.
Strongly fisted away. The corner kicks keep on coming. Well, they struggle to get it away properly. Well, they can keep possession of it now. This might be ideal for the counter. Well, unfortunately, it fizzled out in the end. Nico Williams. Dani Olmo. And snuffed out the danger immediately. And And given acres of space to attack here. And quick thinking defensively. Pedri. Yes, time to play it over. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. Good example of pressing without the ball. Good idea. Sunset. And really tried to blast that one past the keeper, but his radar was a bit off. And the pass deftly cut out. Yuri Vertice. Really good build-up, but no end product. It certainly wasn't a clean tackle, and the referee has got to book him, I think. And Barcelona being afforded too much space. And level it is in the waning moments. Can Barcelona change that situation? And it's opening up. Oh, a goal! And is that going to be the one that wins it for them? There's every chance, and the fans are lapping this up. Vivian. Now Luis de Galarreta. De Marcos. Luis de Galarreta. Well, they're attacking, but time is the great enemy. Intercepted effortlessly. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Given away by Barca. Players waiting in the centre. Teammate available. And a fine tackle. Just 1 minute of stoppage time, say the officials. Lewandowski. And the final whistle has sounded, the end of the game. stadium is buzzing already, and with good cause. Two top sides ready to go at it, and this should be something special off the pitch. It's Villarreal, and they take on Barcelona. It's coming up live next on EA TV. And welcome to a stadium that used to be known as El Madrigal, these days the Estadio de la Ceramica, a nod to the ceramics industry locally. I'm Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as always, is Stuart Robson. And on the menu for you today, live action from La Liga EA Sports. It is Villarreal facing Barcelona.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
And here's a look at the starting 11 for Villarreal.
Well, a 4-4-2 system relies on good combinations all over the pitch. The front two, the central midfield pairing, the fullback and winger, and of course the centre-backs. If you can get these combinations right, you'll have a good team.
Now Lewandowski carries the ball forward, but can he produce from this position? Struggle to keep the ball for Villarreal. Well, again, it breaks down for them. Plenty of support here. And they stopped them in their tracks. Well, he really is danger personified, but in this game, Stuart, what do you think we might see from him?
Well, his pace is going to be key today against a well-drilled defence. He has the ability to break it down with his dynamism. Let's hope he plays well today.
Throw in here for Barcelona. Dani Olmo. Given away by Barcelona. And the shot. And foiled only by the crossbar. And stopping the danger.
Well, that was a good effort from Villarreal, and they are knocking at the door now.
They've ceded possession, Barca. Well, not a great challenge. Free kick here. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Kiko Femenia. It's a weighted pass. And he clears the danger. Could take the lead. And nicely parried away. With an effective clearance. Not a clear foul, but the referee letting the play flow. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Trying to open them up. Oh, that's a solid piece of defending when it looked as though it might go wrong for them. And taking it away. Illegal play, and hence a free kick. Jose Perez. More possibilities in the centre. This looks promising. Oh, he could be in trouble. And a goal, almost bewitching in its beauty. Excellent technique. Dani Olmo. Read it well. Again, Barcelona couldn't keep it. And the flag does go up, offside. Time for a change then. Jeremy. Can they get in behind them? Real chance. Lewandowski. Barcelona have lost possession. Might work out. He's got acres of space. Determined defending. Lewandowski. And Barcelona finding space on the flank. And this to level it. And under pressure, that was a fine claim. And that's how to dispossess your opponent. Has eyes for goal. And there it is! The equaliser! Down to 10 men, but showing guts and determination. Raúl Albiol. Santi Comesaña. In possession, Femenia. Baena. Using space on the opposite flank now. Deserves credit for winning the ball back. And so it is. So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Koundé. Pedri. And it's with Íñigo Martínez. Barcelona have given us away. Parejo. Kiko Femenia with it. On to Perez. Costa with it. Now with Perez. Santi Comesaña. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. And it looked highly promising, but it came to nothing in the end. Lewandowski. Oh, he wasn't necessarily favourite to win that challenge. This man will get most of the plaudits for his contribution up to this point, Stuart.
Well, that's exactly what his team needed, because they weren't at their best in the first half. And once again, it shows what a key player he is. Can they build on that in the second 45?
The cross is on. High quality defending. Bodies forward and the break looks on. Well, not smooth, but fiercely competitive in midfield. Still could be dangerous. Well, thank goodness for the goalkeeper.
Well, they're calm now, but that initial save is absolutely magnificent.
And fed forwards. Well, deemed to be offside by the merest of margins.
Well, it's very close to being the perfectly timed run, but whether it's an inch or a yard, he's still offside.
Oh, that's a super piece of defending. And Barry. And playing it through. He's managed to get in behind. And pushed away to safety. Well, he's certainly not alone. But they took care of the situation defensively. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Villarreal sloppy in possession. Free kick awarded then by the referee. Regained possession. Well read to win possession back. Lewandowski takes it on, and a goal! Well, against all the odds, they've hit the front. Costa with it. In possession, Femenia. Raúl Albiol. And into the last 15 minutes of action. And threading it through. Oh, big opportunity. Thwarted by the post. Well, it just petered out. Pedri.
Well, Villarreal were inches away from equalising there. They need to keep this momentum going, though.
Out of play then. Barcelona throw coming up. Lewandowski. Beautifully weighted ball. Well, it was close, but offside nonetheless.
Well, it's a matter of inches there, but he just went a fraction too early.
That's a very fine piece of tackling. Oh, managing to beat him. Really good build-up, but no end product. Ronald Araujo. And Villarreal have it back now. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. There might very well be late excitement. 5 minutes left, and the margin just 1. And Lewandowski running with the ball authoritatively. Opportunity to deliver the cross. And he clears it out of harm's way. And that's gone out of play for what will be a goal kick.
Well, it hasn't been a great performance, but the fans have been brilliant. Just listen to the noise. Can the players respond and find this equaliser?
And that's a really fine piece of work defensively. Koundé. Oh, breezing past him. And under pressure, that was a fine claim. And the final whistle is sounded. It is a Spanish football rivalry that quite simply speaks for itself. The two most successful teams in Spain with such passionate fans. Stay with us. We'll bring you all the action live from the Bernabéu as Real Madrid face Barcelona. They are the two foremost teams in Spanish football, Real Madrid and Barcelona, and they're getting ready to face each other here at the Bernabéu. My name's Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary is Stuart Robson. Stuart, can't wait for this one.
No, nor can I, Derek. They don't come any bigger than this, do they? The two giants of Spanish football. The atmosphere is incredible inside this stadium. Let's hope we see a top-class game as well.
And let's dissect the Real Madrid side. Thibaut Courtois is the keeper of choice. Lucas Vazquez plays with Ferland Mendy in the fullback positions. Jude Bellingham starts alongside Aurélien Tchouameni in the centre of midfield. And the main striker today is Kylian Mbappé. Real might threaten on the flank. He's in behind. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Lewandowski. The ball back with Real now. Bellingham. And now Rodrigo. How about the cross? Rodrigo. He must finish! Oh, he really bruised the crossbar. It was an attack of promise, but they couldn't take advantage of the situation.
Well, what a terrific start by Real Madrid. They look a real threat and should really be in front here.
And Barca exploiting the space on the wing. Koundé. Now with Lewandowski. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Chance here. On a powerful effort, but not threatening the goalkeeper, and he'll be disappointed. Vinicius Junior. Real Madrid have given it away. Well, it clearly was deflected, so it will be their throw-in. Has eyes for goal, and nicely parried away. An alert intervention. Well positioned to clear. Beautifully weighted ball. Offside the decision. Mendy. Clean challenge. And room to roam for Barca on the wing. Oh, the threat is there. Lewandowski. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. He could really get at the opposition. Can he put them in front? Yes is the emphatic answer. And you have to say it was on the cards. Pedri. And it's with Íñigo Martínez. Koundé on the ball. An encouraging move from Barca. Will they get themselves level here? And second time around he scores! But the keeper left to wonder what his defenders were doing. Eder Militao. And Valverde. Now Eder Militao. Lucas Vazquez. Here's Valverde. Aurélien Tchouameni. Vinicius Junior. And Valverde. Mendy. is with Vinicius Junior. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Feeding it through. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. And they couldn't quite muster a real threat. Rodrigo. That was going in. It's an opportunity here for Real Madrid to take the lead. Corner. Perfect challenge. Lewandowski. Timely intervention. Bellingham. Good determination in the challenge. A throw in here. Barca recovering possession well. And space to exploit, maybe. He could pick out a teammate. Must be! And power over subtlety. He's hit the woodwork.
Well, he made decent contact with it, but he has to score from that range.
Vinicius Junior. And the first half is it. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in this second half. Jude Bellingham. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Eder Militao. Lucas Vazquez. Rudiger. Now Eder Militao. Tchouaméni. Jude Bellingham. Aurélien Tchouaméni. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Given away by Real Madrid. Lewandowski. Just cutting off the supply. Mbappe. Excellent assessment of the situation at the back. Space here for Barcelona. That's not a bad ball. And Sonia on the volley.
Well, he'll be frustrated with that finish. That was a big opportunity there.
Mbappe. Well read to put an end to that attack. Well, there aren't many better finishers in world football than Robert Lewandowski, and strong evidence of that here, Stuart.
Well, he stepped forward for his team with the equaliser. It could prove to be the key turning point in this contest, as they haven't been at their best today. You do feel they need to find another gear in the second half, though, if they are to go on and win it.
And considerable space afforded Real Madrid. And angling it back. Must take the lead here. And he's fired it against the post. And striking the post. Well, it wasn't going to stand in any case with the flag raised. Good tackle. It'll be a throw. Wonderfully weighted pass. And nothing comes of that attack. Rodrigo. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Lewandowski. And Barca moving the ball with purpose. Trying to open up the defence. Oh, marvellous save. Great goalkeeping. Jude Bellingham.
Well, what a good save that was. Barcelona should really be in front now. That could prove to be a big moment in the game.
Yes, they just have to make sure they stay defensively compact here. He must finish! What a vital intervention. Mbappe! And a goal it is to put them in front again! No less than they deserve! Dani Olmo. And it's with Inigo Martinez. Dani Olmo with it. Koundé. Dani Olmo. Well, potential danger. Well, honestly, I didn't mean to jinx them. Just wasn't a very good pass, finally. Trying to open them up. Oh, managing to beat him. And trouble is brewing. Missing the target by a tiny margin.
Well, it's a difficult skill to get right, but he almost pulled it off there. He made such good contact with the ball.
Rafinha. It looks promising. This could level it. And it is the equaliser. Parity now. And who's to say what's going to happen next? Eder Militao. Rodrigo. Here's Valverde. Now Eder Militao. Lucas Vazquez. Eder Militao. The ball with Lucas Vazquez. Very quick thinking there. Jude Bellingham. And level it is in the waning moments. Can Barcelona change that situation? Vinicius Junior. Oh, that's a really good run. Mendy. Bellingham. And a goal! This is why we adore this game. Late drama, and now they're in front. Pedri. Here's Rafinha. Barcelona have given us away. Bellingham. Not a huge chunk of added time. 1 minute. Jude Bellingham. Valverde. And on to Bellingham. The referee blows his whistle. Well, this is the kind of match every football fan looks forward to. A lot on the line and the likelihood of a tension-packed occasion. It's Athletic Bilbao and they take on Barcelona. It's coming up live next on EA TV. Well, it's always a great pleasure to bring you matches from this venue, the Estadio San Mamés in Bilbao. I'm Derek Ray, and I'm joined here on the gantry for commentary by Stuart Robson. And what we have coming up for you is action from La Liga EA Sports. It's Athletic Bilbao facing Barcelona.
Thanks, Derek. Well, this should be a decent game today. Both managers will have a game plan. Both teams have a certain style of play, and both sides will want to start quickly. I'm looking forward to this.
And the match is underway. And a look at the lineup for Athletic Bilbao. Unai Simon plays in goal. Yuri Bertice plays with De Marcos in the fullback positions. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. And here's the starting 11 for Barcelona.
Well, no surprise really, they're matching up here. But there are many different ways they can approach this game. And I just think they'll be cautious today.
In it goes! That will do nicely for starters. First goal of the game. Dani Vivian. Luis de Galarreta. Williams. Vivian. Now Luis de Galarreta. De Marcos. Luis de Galarreta. You can sense the threat is there. But then the commentator's curse comes into play. Barcelona a little wasteful in possession. De Marcos. Rafinha. Good visualization and execution. Happy to shoot. Oh, great block. Yuri Bertice. Athletic struggling to keep possession here. Dani Olmo. Well, sloppy from both sides, you have to say. A good and fair challenge. Williams. Oh, he looks threatening. And the goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Disappointing delivery, sailing over everyone in the middle. Rafinha. Chance perhaps, and it's in! A goal for Barcelona! They are the team in charge. Sunset. Dani Vivian. Yuri Bertice. Now what can they do from here? Bertice. And a goal! Not over just yet. Pedri. Dani Olmo with it. Valde. Use of the ball as they look to extend their lead. Well, a good place to win it back, and let's see what it leads to. Might lead to a chance. Not messing around with that clearance. Failure to keep the ball by Barca. Well, making high pressing work for them here. Bertiche. Brought his guard even for a fleeting moment under pressure there, the keeper. Lewandowski. See some progress with the ball at his feet. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. And is this the moment for Lewandowski? Brilliantly blocked. A chance to whip it in. Bertiche. Well, the flag has gone up here. Offside it is. Really getting stuck in. Promising looking ball. Impudent efforts. Oh, a goal! Level now. The lead has evaporated. So underway again at 2-2. Inigo Martinez. No more time left. Away they go again. Second half is underway here. Vivian. Yuri Bertiche. Danny Vivian. Williams. Sunset. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. Lewandowski. Lewandowski, can he put them in front? But it was a wonderful chance, but the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
Chances on. Rafinha. Good tackle taken away. Barcelona free kick, it'll be here. Pedri. Rewarded for that brilliant high press. And Robert Lewandowski on the move here. Superb stop. Yuri Bertiche. Very quick thinking there. The tackle completely missed time, and you would expect a booking under the circumstances. Well, he tried to get it to dip right at the end of its flight.
Well, it's great technique. He strikes it so cleanly, and it just doesn't come down in time.
Nico Williams. Just the challenge that was required. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Oh, Derek, big moment here.
Oh, just look at that! I don't mind saying that is out of this world! Spectacular! Inigo Martinez. Koundé. Oh, that's a really good run. And defensive play to be applauded. Sunset. Feeding it through. And he might be in here. The game has been turned on its head. They have never stopped believing. And now they sense victory. Vivian. 20 minutes remaining. Nico Williams. Promising move from Barcelona. And pulled back. Well, it didn't happen for them in attack. On the ball. Could pull one back here. Oh, a challenge that simply had to be won. A delicious piece of skill. Can they trouble the opposition this time? Well, it would have taken perfect technique from that sort of range, and that was less than perfect.
Not a good decision from him. That's a waste of possession there.
Disappointing for Barcelona to give it away like that. Might really be able to trouble them here, but timely defending when it mattered. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Quick cut miss! Well, the goal was gaping at him. It wasn't necessarily straightforward, but he'll be disappointed.
Well, he won't want to see that again. That's a golden opportunity to score there.
Nico Williams. And possession lost by Athletic Club. Now he must favour the cross. Lewandowski could reduce the deficit and effectively parried away by the keeper. It's looking promising. Must be. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Could be. Well, it was close to the target, but close isn't good enough, really. Rafinha. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Running with the ball confidently. Can he play it in? Clearance left a bit to be desired. On a time for composure on the ball. And there it is.